Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Deep End Dev. I'm your host, Matthew, and I don't know what I'm doing, and neither do you, so let's do it together. It's damn good coffee. So, last time we left off after having done a whole boatload of movement of all these functions. Look at that. That is a huge list of functions requiring some comments at some point. These got moved over from our blueprints, so our spaghetti blueprints is now nicely created into lines of beautiful colored code. You know, something I did think about, however, is the fact that we have all of this in a singular game player controller for the gameplay, when technically only the game master has to be using this stuff. And right now, we have that hidden behind the player state with a boolean that decides whether we have permissions or not. And I was wondering if at the point, we're at the point that we have so many functions in this single player controller. Wouldn't it make sense to split this into a player controller for for players and a player controller for the game master, and then swapping them? I don't know. I'm not sure how easy it is to just to switch back and forth, so maybe we'll leave that for later on. For now, I think perhaps we should look into add door. We have, let's see, if we pull up, let's launch the editor and take a look here. Yesterday we managed to solve the remove wall section, and I think we could easily change that into an add door function also, where we just swap out the instanced mesh on the wall. So let's see if we can do that. We might do some Blender today, actually, if I get my Steam. All right, here's our editor. We've got Blender. And yes, I have not launched it since I reinstalled it, so just defaults general. So, if I can remember the controls, there we go. And I think it's, yeah, hold shift for panning and middle mouse button for rotating. There we go. Okay, so this is I think these are 1 meter squares. So that is why I messed up with the wall size and had to 0.5 everything down for the wall. So we're not going to make that mistake again. Let's go to our edit mode here, and we are going to go into, that's right. Let's see, I think G, yeah, perfect. And that is the x-axis. And we want to shrink it by 0.5. No, we want to shrink it by a whole 1. Right? Yep. All right. Perfect. We're just making a door real fast. Hit G and up on the Z-axis by 1. Whoops. We want the whole object now. G, Z, 1. There we go. And then we go back to our face mode, grab that. I'm going to G on the Y-axis -1. There we go. Okay, and that is 2 meters tall. Why not for now, 2 meters? I'm not entirely sure what the height of our walls should be. What is wall height? Let's find out. Average wall height in meters. 2.4. Okay, that's the United Kingdom, where the metric system is used. The average wall height is about 2.4 meters. So for now, to make this simple, we're just going to leave it at 2 meters when we revisit. Because actually, I might want some gap. I don't know. I haven't really figured out how we're going to fully handle the new Z level. But no, screw it. Rescale that to 2. Whoop. I want it to be a full 2.4. Now that's going to double it, so it's actually, it's already 2 meters, so we want it to be 1.4. There we go. And the location 0, no. Go back to 1. You go back to 1. And we need to apply, right? What is it? It's Alt A? No. S? No. Shift A. Control A. There it is. Apply all transforms. Okay, now I'm going to scale it in the Z to 1.4. There we go. That is, I believe, 2.4 meters tall. If I go to that, 1, 2, it doesn't look like 2.4. Why aren't you snapping? Snap to grid. Wouldn't that be? So 1.2? I don't know. All right. Fine. We'll go with 1.2 in order to achieve our 2.4 meter scale for height. Okay. Now for the door, how do we want to handle a door? Maybe that wasn't what I want to do. Let's see. I haven't extruded lines yet, so let's go here. Let's go here. And that, how about we do a... Okay, I'm going to grab the face actually, and we're going to scale it in the Y, no, the X, by negative 0.8. Why isn't this working? Why didn't that work? Scale in the X by negative 0.8. What's going on here? Scale in the X by negative 0.8. No. Scale in the X. Behaving weird. in the x by negative 1.8. .2. Yeah, there we go. All right, we're going to go with that. And then we're going to go into this, grab our edge here, and I think if we, how do we do, we can duplicate, right? Oh, I just did this stuff and I've forgotten. I think G, no. What's the duplicate? Shift D. That's it. Okay. Blender, duplicate, and extrude. Obviously, I need to return back to my course and review this because I have forgotten. The Z? No? Well, that's the duplicate, but I want it. There we go. So what's the extrude? Undo. Well, I'll do that. Except we'll go in the x-axis and we're going to go from, what is that, this 0.2 to 0.8? No, 0.6. There we go, yeah. So and then if we add another 0.2, that should finish up for 1 square, yeah. Okay, so we're going to extrude again on the X for 0.2. And then we're going to extrude on the Z for, on the Z axis for a full -2.2. 4. 2.4, yep, all right. Same thing here. We're going to extrude on the Z-axis for -2.4. And that we're going to extrude on the Z for a -2.4. No, we're not. All right, we're going to extrude downwards. We're making a door frame, so let's go down by 1 meter. What is a door frame? How big should a door frame be? Height of door frame. Meters, not feet, please. 2.03 meters in height and 0.9 wide. So basically 2 meters tall and almost a meter wide, just under a meter wide. So we're going to do that. So we're going to go down by, if this is 2.4 meters tall, we're going to come down by 1.4. And that should give us roughly a meter. Yep. There's a meter tall door. I'm sure this will look more, this will be, once we get this into Unreal. All right, so we're going to extrude that on the z-axis down by the full 2.4. Same over here. We're going to extrude that on the z-axis down a full down 1.4. Yep, and then that will extrude the z-axis downwards by the full 2.4, and then I think there is, how do we, yeah, fill, no, oh, that line needs to extrude down on the z-axis by 1.4, and then same, and we can delete the face right there. Look, how do we just want dissolve face? No. Only faces, there we go. And then that line needs to extrude downwards by 1.4. And then we do the same thing, get rid of the extra face there. And now I think we can grab that, and that, and fill. Come on, I know that you can put a new face from edges. There it is. Okay. And the same thing here. New face. Okay. That is, I believe. Okay, now we need to just check the normals. Is it back face calling? No. Trying to remember how to do this. Somewhere around here, hold on. Here we go. Face, there we go. Okay, so we need to get our faces and flip the normals, which I think is, yeah, there we go. That, and that, and that. Alt in, flip the normals. All right, so now we've got all our normals correct. So there is our very basic door. This is the center. I think we probably want to move it onto the center. So go to object mode, and we're going to G, and on the x-axis, -0.5. Yep. And then also G on the y-axis, -0.5. Nope, we're going to add 0.5. G, 0.5 on the y-axis. There. Now we're centered. Let's go ahead and save this. Where should I save it? Blender save data, environment, here we go. Save it here as a let's go with, we'll overwrite this old door because it was crappy. So there's that. Let's export as an FBX, I think. There it is. And I think that's all we have to do. Excuse me. And then if we come over here, under art, see there's my brick wall. And if we grab my export, and import it, it did it again. See, I've had this issue with the importing of where the normals, I'm pretty sure I flipped those. So why'd you do that? It's acting, I don't know. All right, maybe I had the normals the wrong way. Maybe they have to be red. Maybe blue is backwards. So let's go ahead and delete those. And go back here. And we will go back to our face. Select all in, and flip. And we'll also recalculate everything too. No? Interesting. Let's try that export again. Selected object, just the cube, please. And let's re-import. This is quite frustrating, Blender. It did this with my brick wall for a while too. So we're gonna go to the great Google. Oops, don't do that. And find out why all the normals are inverted. Blender to UE4, normals all inverted. Oh, I remember. We also have to do all these transforms. Save. Okay. Now let's try exporting it. Maybe red is the color that we want. I'm not sure. I can't remember. And let's import the door again. That doesn't look quite right. Nope. Come on. Okay. Now we'll save. I flipped all the normals again. And I've applied all the changes. I'm quite new to Blender, so learning this. Failed to, all right. Didn't have it selected this time. Let's try that again. There we go, okay. There's our door. Perfect. Yes, so the issue is, and let's give it our marble. Oh God. That's terrible. That's horrible. We'll fix that someday and work on our texturing, but for now, there we go. Let's get rid of that. I don't want that default material. And now we go to our data. What is going on here? Weird. All right, data, our structure bank. We have to, let's add another row. Structure name is door. Row name, door. And the structure reference, we need to make one. New. This is going to be this isn't a token, nor is this a spline structure. Hey, Converse. We are currently, I just put together a quick door in Blender. So just a little debug door. And we're going to try and create where we can right click on the wall and change a wall section into a door. I don't know. It's a Marvel mug. So actually we're going to remove this because it's looking for spline structures in this structure bank. This is going to just be we just need a static mesh reference, right? So our spline wall here, we store, this is our wall. So this is our primary static mesh reference. We need like a we need some others. So let's think how we want to do this. We go to our spline structure. We have this is our main static mesh reference. Let's rename this as primary static mesh reference. And we'll rename this as get primary static mesh reference. We need we could make a structure that stores. Yeah, let's do that. So let's go to our types. And I think under structure bank, what we're going to do is a uStruct blueprint type of struct FBG structure structure info public. No, it's not a table, so do that, and then generated body. And in this structure info, we have all these headers. First, we're going to have a static mesh of the primary static mesh. And then we will have a U static mesh of our I don't know, doorway static mesh. Maybe one of U static mesh window static mesh. And if we wanted to, let's see, what else do we need? Actually, let's just go with a secondary static mesh and a tertiary static mesh. So they can store 3 static meshes that they'll tap from for their instances. So this would be the wall. And maybe the material. Could just go with an array. Then it can be as big as we want. So yeah, let's go with a T array of static mesh pointers called static meshes. And then a T array of U material instance pointers, right? It's yeah, they're all pointers for our material instances. Let's see. Wait, actually, what we should do. The array will be in the spline itself. These will be singular. So we have the static. This is the static mesh of this structure. This is the material instance, and while we're at it, an F vector, or actually it's an F transform of the the transform. So if we had things like sconces and stuff to put upon the wall, when we're rendering the spline, we grab the transform of where on the wall, and then they'll be repeated along the wall at that transform. So this is this holds the information that, and here we now need a U property. This is a U property of edit anywhere, blueprint, read write. Category is BG spline structure config, and this is a T array of our FBG structure info called structures. Structured data array. Okay, and then we want a array of FBG structure info called get structured data array, and it returns the structured data array. Yeah, you can build constructors into these too. So might as well. We can make one by passing in this information. Okay. You go on this side. Thank you. All right, so we're going to have a structured data array, and then I think we should have a secondary which will store things like doors and stuff. So this is our primary structured data array. So stores the main structural meshes and material information, stores extra meshes such as doors and windows and other things that may need to be used. Whoops. Okay, so rather than using this primary static mesh reference, what we will be doing is we have to loop through this, and for each element in that array, we do all of this so that it has more than one thing to create. So for auto structure info in our primary structure data array, if structure info dot material instance and structure info dot static mesh, I want those in the other order, however. So if that's then valid, we do all of that. Whoops. And then the transform, we're creating a new transform, or are we? No, we have a transform in the structure info now. So we get hard code with accessible with locally set variable. So it's the transform's location is going, the X, the Y, and the Z, I believe we're adding. So it's spline location plus structure info dot transform dot get location. And spline, it's the spline rotation plus structure info dot transform dot get rotation. Can we add those? We add it to the fquat. Yeah, we add it to the fquat. And the scale is also, it comes from our structure info dot transform dot get scale 3D. And then we put it in there and we go on to the next one. Okay. So let's compile that and make sure that our new structure info will works, and then we'll remove these things. However, I know actually we have to fix some other stuff. Hold on. Right here. Yeah. So we need to actually do this needs to be the primary zero dot static mesh. That should fix that. Okay, let's see what happens. Let's see if this works. So our spline wall right here needs to be modified a little. So here we go. We're no longer going to be using this. We will be using a primary structured data array and a secondary. So our primary structured data array, there we go. It's going to have our brick wall, our marble, and the transform. Remember, this is where we blew our 0.5 because I screwed that up. And in the secondary structured data array, we'll give it the door with the marble, and its transform is just stays like that. So if we go to our level, it should still behave as expected when we construct a wall. And it doesn't. Okay. Let's figure out why. First of all, I don't know how these got changed. Those can be edited anywhere. Or each structure inch. So this should. Interesting. It's not hitting the breakpoint. All right, let's stop. Let's do a build. All right, and launch the editor again. So something is hitting. So our instance, something is hitting things wrong because that shouldn't have fired off. My most exciting project so far and what I learned from it. Oh, this is the issue on construction. Here we go. I would say so. Let's see if I can find this. I really enjoyed a project like this that I was working on. These are just two screenshots from it, but I was working on two-dimensional pixel art, but in a 3D kind of Paper Mario setting. And these showcase the art style I was going for. This is all hand drawn, and then placed in with mixed with high res cardboard and other materials for a fun mixture. So I really enjoyed this, and I created Paper Mario 3D movement off of all of that, which was really enjoyable. And I have a tutorial actually on my YouTube of how to create the animation of the Paper 2D in Unreal Engine so that it moves in all the different directions in a 3D world, but using kind of South Park looking animations. So here we need to do our primary structured data array dot. So it on construction. Let me take. Yeah, I don't know if I have if I linked that. I will later. Let me find this. I gotta modify the on construction here for what we're doing. If I can find the. Okay, there it is. So he just doesn't. This guy is not testing the. I don't think we have to do that. We just need to run that, I think. Okay, so we hit another exception. It looks like maybe the transform is wrong. So let's stop and take a look at how we're doing that. Hey, Bauglier. I am working on being able to right-click on a wall section and switch it into a door is the goal right now. Okay, so to do that, okay, we've got location 1, location 2 right here. We distance it with the repeat width. We get the integral, and the integral goes into our loop here. And in the loop, we do our locations and our rotation. And we have to where is it? Come back. Okay, we take the transform's location is oh wait, hold on. Oh, we don't even know. We're not even telling it what the mesh and stuff is. I gotta figure out how. One sec. I'm jumping ahead of myself a little bit here. Find that. How do we add? So I think in C++, I'm trying to figure out how, because we're going to have multiple, each point has its own instance and its own static mesh now and its own material. And in blueprints, you add an instance first and then you set the mesh and stuff. So it's going to hit this breakpoint here and we're okay. And Okay, we're setting all that. Still good. Maybe the rotation is what's messing it up. Hold on. Because I don't understand the W. Let's see. So GUI for C++ instanced static mesh set instances. I know with an instant static mesh, you can. Oh, I see. Okay. Each one is its own separate static mesh component is what's going on in this. So we have okay, so we were doing it here. We have to make a new instance static mesh component in this for each structure that we want on this so it dynamically creates instanced static mesh components. So we need to new instanced static mesh component. Auto is equal to a new object of u instance static mesh component. We need to register it. Why isn't this? Oh. This probably goes at the end. Why isn't this working? Oh, right. 0, then that. Okay. So it's got to create all of those. Let's remove that for now. Okay. Another problem. Let's see the order of how to call this. Oh, you have to put your actor. So this right there. Let's try that again. Okay, so we don't want to call that. Hey, it didn't crash, and it worked. All right. I think we're... Okay, we just need to clear them now. Go back down to your default 50. Yeah, see, it just needs to clear when we run it. So how do we remove them all? Yeah, this will allow us to have multiple meshes dynamically created on a wall so that we have a structure now that holds the mesh, the material, and the transform. So a wall could have multiple things to it that will then be repeated. Okay, so I need a cleanup function. Void cleanup instance components. Hold on. Auto current instance components is equal to this get instanced. There we go. For auto instance in current instance components, instance destroy component. Okay, so that we run clean up components on construction before we do that, and that should clean them up when we shrink the wall. Oops. There we go. Beautiful. And for example, if we were to add another element in here of arrows, polished, and we go to like a 0.2, 0.2, 0.2. And unfortunately, we're not using the rotation at the moment, so that's not fixed. But if we go to our spline now, see that? We can now have multiple meshes on our walls. Cool. All right, so let's remove that. And if we test this in the level, we have a problem, but that's probably because we are currently, we need to fix some of our functions. All right, so let's close that and repair some of this. So we are no longer going to be doing that. This is calling on our instance static mesh component, so this is a problem. I think what we can do here is similarly to this. We get our instance components if cast to instanced static mesh instance static mesh component, the instance. We do that. Oh wait, I don't think you can. Yeah, you can't do that. So we have to do this first, and then this is a cleaner. If current instant.num is greater than 0, then do that. So similarly here, if current instant.num is greater than 0, let's comment those out. And let's fix things that may be broken. So, we'll grab a structure, handle structure selection, goes to here. Let's look in build mode. Actually, I'm not entirely sure why it broke. That still works. Why is that? What's going on here? I wonder if I think we're messing up the transform right here. Let's just remove that for the moment. Yes, it's the month of March. That's what's going on. It's putting it at the 0. Well, no, its origin is here. So it's creating way too many instant static meshes. Interesting. Okay, so... Oh. We should actually call not that on construction, but actually within add mesh. So here we do that. I don't think that's going to fix the movement thing, but that should clean up the making tons and tons of... Okay. That's working, but our projection for something's wrong with that, though it's off. So it's at the origin, so the transform is incorrect. So we need the static mesh to be on that. So what's going on there? Where do we do the loop count? Okay, we do it inside here. We set it to 0 each time before we go into this. Then we up it. Up it here. Going to be equal to spline location dot x. Come on, dot x plus the structure info dot transform dot x. Stop that. Oh, dot get location dot x. Y, and z. So pitch is equal to the spline rotation dot pitch plus the structure info dot transform dot get rotation dot. There we go. Yaw is equal to spline, or is equal to spline rotation dot yaw plus structure info transform dot get rotation.rotator.yaw. Rotation.roll is equal to spline rotation.roll plus structure info.transform.get rotation.rotator.roll. This is our new rotation. Why is it? The new patch for Rider feels a little funky. Okay, it's still off, and it keeps putting it at the origin point for some reason. And I'm not entirely sure why. We're giving it a transform. Should it not be local space? I don't know. Let's flip these to world and see what happens. No. Same issue. Put that back to local. Interesting. This never got called. Oh, wait. Haha, here we go. Why did this get disconnected? What's going on here? Get actor bounds. This should be the... Let's take a look at our token when we spawn that. No. We're adding 0, so the origin Yeah, we're getting an X and a Y. And if we stop and we look at this, it is spawning at the right thing, but the instanced static mesh, its location is also right. See that? What's going on here? It's okay, so the instance static mesh is over here, but the instance that's being added is 0. That's interesting. That shouldn't be happening because we're adding a new transform right here and we're setting the location in the transform right here. So why is our instance getting a 0 location? Oh. Well, yeah, okay, so location 1, the spline component in local space is going to be at 0, 0, 0. So it's not wrong. Okay. Stop those, stop, resume. I have a feeling if I play, or you know what? No, if I don't play, what I want. Not launch. Dang it. Stop. I have a feeling if I drop a spline wall here, yep, at 0, 0. If I grab the spline, and then if I move, yeah. Okay. I know what's going on. So, what we need to do is it has to do with local and world mix up here. So our location 1, get location, this should be, I think, world. And location at spline point, this needs to be world. Actually, hold on. This is still local. Stop that. That's still local, and that is still local. But our spline location is world. And rotation, get rotation at distance, that is still local. That might do it. So if I drop a spline wall in, it goes immediately to 0. Interesting. The static mesh still. Sorry. It still wants to go straight to 0, no matter where. Why is that? Why is it grabbing 0, 0 still? Because it's doing it right here, and it has no location yet. It's not attached either. All right, I'm going to refill. I think I'm on a path of what we need to fix. I think the issue is right here. We need to set the, it's not attached to the spline, so it's just shooting straight at the origin because we're not doing it here. So we need to investigate how to do that with a newly registered. Maybe we need to set an attach, and we can't set up attachment for some reason isn't allowed. So I'm going to take a quick break, refill on coffee, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. Yeah, the reason that the gizmo is not on the mesh is because we're not creating a, we're not making it's right here. It's not a, so yeah, set relative location to spline component get relative location. That might do it. There we go. Except it needs to be world, so the relative is wrong. All right. Let's go back. The instanced we want to set world location to spline component get world location get component location. We're almost there. My webcam's having a hard time with the autofocus. It's focusing way up close. Come here. Come on. Over here. There we go. Yeah, I want the world location. There we go. Try to keep relative transform for now. And I don't think we need a socket name. Still doing the same thing. Interesting. That is now correct. So 250, 250, 100. 250, 250, 100. Okay, so the instance is correct. We're getting closer to what the issue is. There's an offset problem. Yikes. Stop it. I'm not trying to rename anything. Yes, that was one of my cats. Did you see the tail or what'd you see? They'll pop up every now and then. You might see them more often, actually, because so my wife and I are moving soon, back in with my folks to for financial reasons in these tough times, and I think they'll be using a window to go in and out of, so you might see them more behind me. All right. We're getting there. I think we fixed it. Did we fix it? Okay, and if we were to drag it in... Okay, cool. So it was keep world transform of the spline, but that's what we wanted, not local. So that is all working. We have fixed it. And we can now have multiple objects on our wall. So if we do that, and our movement is still working, it's a little funky. Actually, we're blocking visibility still, so it is until we get past it that. So we'll need to fix that. So this structure physics and collision implementation, I wonder if this isn't... I wonder if this isn't working. So if we test that. That's not even been called, is it? Oh. Right. No? Fascinating. How are we not calling this? Okay, we called it. You know, I wanted to just go to the function. Could it not find it? Well, that's very odd. Why aren't you calling this? No executable code is associated Why? What? What is going on here? Very strange. I don't quite know why it seemed... Sometimes it's like, I can't find that function. It doesn't exist. Yes, it does. It's right here. It's in the header. All right. We've made that, and we're going to go and look at it. Here's our collision and stuff. Look, it's changing physics only. We're not moving though. What happened? It's still blocking visibility, even with the new query. So that's interesting. How are we handling that? Gravity turns off. How are we handling that with these? Oh, we're lifting it. That's right. Whoops. Got some stuff that we need to fix on hovering over our instance static mesh. Okay, so we know now what's going on. Apparently it's calling this now. Maybe I changed a header somewhere. I don't know. So yeah, that's a good question. Let's check it out. So if this is if so B gravity on question mark. So this turns on. This will turn on and off our visibility ECR block there. So that should fix our visibility issue. The wall shouldn't block visibility if we're turning off gravity. Actually, we should do that on the collision type. Collision type is equal to eCollision enabled type query physics. If it's query and physics, we're blocking. If it's not, we're ignoring. So there, that'll fix that issue. And let's go ahead and build. Let's test the movement if it's a singular object. What happened? Oh, it's still running. Why is it doing that? Go away. Start again. I have a feeling it didn't move because the visibility issue. Oh, what do you know? So if I... Ooh, it did move, but it didn't reset the... Still blocking on the visibility, is it? No, it's ignoring on visibility. So, what's going on here? Why is our ray trace getting stopped? We'll have to investigate what we're tracing right there. Also, what is going on with the move? With when we just have one. Yeah, see, it moved, but it didn't update the static mesh because we didn't call. Huh. That looks like. It's interesting that the Z is at a -12. But the instance's location is transforms, correct? Huh. Oh, what is going on here? Something is okay, something's up. Take a look at these transform rules. So UE4 attached to component. Let's try. Snap to target. Weld simulated bodies. That might be what we want. No, it isn't. Internet, you lied to me. Doing that again. Okay. Hmm. See that? Negative 262.5. Positive 262.5. Negative 157. Positive 157. What is happening? It's flipping things. There's like a multiplication of negative 1 happening somewhere in here. Oh. Mesh. That's what keep relative transform does. The world position of the attached object stays the same. I think I want snap to target, including scale. Relative and world stuff really confuse me sometimes. Where did... Okay, so that didn't work. Nor is it updating. So what does snap to target mean if it doesn't snap to target? Yeah, let's try local on that. Stop. Okay, that's still not working. Back to world on that. Keep relative transform. This is the one you usually use. You're attaching the component to be used with a relative offset given by a transform. How about that? Keep the relative transform and set the relative transform to the root component's relative transform. Oh, come on. That is, I'm so confused. Even throwing it even further away. What? What is going on here? It's setting the instance to 0, but the instance mesh matches. Okay. What would that do? Same thing, apparently. back to that behavior. Okay. The issue we're having is, so for that, snap to target not including scale is apparently what we want there. Oddly, why is it when we move and there's only one? Confusing. So the actor moved. What? So, but why does it do it if there are multiple? So if it's got, if it's like that, why is it offset, first of all? Okay. That's just strange. What the heck? So when we just spawn it, what are we changing when we build it? Something changes apparently when we run you know what? I bet it's the physics. I bet it's this. So when we grab it, or no? What's the difference between when we first spawn it and we try and move it and it doesn't go with it versus we spawn it, we grow it, we shrink it, and then we can move it? It's very odd because it's like I'm not entirely sure what's going on. I do that. It doesn't change anything. Let's take a look at the collision and the physics and just see if there's something different. So when I initially spawn it, we're at block all dynamic. We've switched to custom. Visibility channel has moved to ignore. We've switched to collision enabled. There isn't even an instance static mesh to be able to look at. Or yes, we just needed to refresh it. Well, I am definitely baffled. Um, hey Davos, cool. Just curious, maybe I forgot to do a super on that? Okay, now it's like, now it messed up. And it's freezing on me. Okay, go ahead and stop. All right, cool. I froze the editor. Do a build. I'm going to go eat lunch, and then we'll try and figure out what's going on when I get back. So I'll see you in about 10, 15 minutes. Okay. Let's go through this bit by bit, step by step, and think about why this isn't working. I think it has to do with construction and the way that the initial spawn went into the world when on construction runs. Something is, I'm not sure. Excuse me. Okay, so that's one thing that seems to be off. Once again, we're having an issue of an offset with the instant static mesh to the spline. I'm not entirely sure why. The only thing we changed was this super on construction. So let's stop, comment that out, and see what happens without that. No, okay. So let's keep that just in case, because it's good to have the super call there. This is very confusing. So we're making a new instant static mesh. I don't know why this, so we're attaching it to our root component, which is the spline. Yeah, the spline component is becoming that, so, or, well, let's just do it directly to the spline component. We're not doing any of this. This is just checking can attach to self or cycles. So we're not doing any of that. Hmm. Okay, so that's deprecated. So we do want to attach to a component. Let's try the relative transform again. Hmm. So the instance is correct, the transform. I think actually, okay, so it's the transform. All right, let's stop. So now this should be local. Let's try that now. So this is local space off that. Wonder if I got this to work. Oh, come on. Yes. Okay, the move is still not working, but we fixed that at least. And if I do that, it starts moving. Okay. So we've got that figured out. Now, why doesn't it move? So when we first go here, and we first drag it out and we spawn it, this should get called. Yes. Okay. Step out. I don't want any of this. How do I... Come on. Jeez. Interesting. Did it not hit that? Okay, it did. What is this find function stuff? Why is it... why didn't it step into the right... Oh, I did a step over, didn't I? Okay, that's what happened. I hit the wrong button. So it hits add mesh to spline, and it does all of this. Maybe let's call this. Or we want to do that at the very end after we've done all of that. Set structure, physics, and collision with an on and query and physics. So true and E collision enabled query and physics. So let's just add that in there because that's what we do when we're dropping, when we're done moving. And so maybe that's the secret. Ugh. Stop running everything. Go away. All right. All right, we spawned it, and we're still not. We're moving the object, but this initial. Hmm. Man, what is the difference here? It doesn't seem to have so if we look at the difference here, collision-enabled query and physics. If we look at this one that I just spawned, it says collision-enabled query and physics. Hmm. Well, look at that. That's interesting. This is not a... If I move that, where's the spline component? Oh, the spline component moved with it. Okay. I think maybe the issue is... Okay, see how this is 0, 0, 0? The instance static mesh was made with a full zeroed relative position, but the spline component matches the root or the self. And if we move the root over to there, that's changing, but this is not. Now, if I were to reset that, and I were to go into build mode, oh, and let me delete that and start over. If I go into build mode and make that, and I eject and I look at it, okay, our instance static mesh, it's still 0, 0, 0. It's still 0, 0. What is going on? And now when I move it, it stays with it. It's as if, excuse me. This right here runs on construction. It's as if it's just very strange. I don't know. Let's try that. Maybe I'm doing things in the wrong order, actually. Maybe I want to set up the attachment first and then add the static mesh, but why does it work? Yeah. So I guess, I'll try that down here. Oh, interesting. Now it's not doing it at all. What? What do we do with, hold on. The tiles follow the board. How is that working? So when we do an attach to actor. Okay, so Can we do that? Why can't we do that? Because it's a component, huh? Okay. We're doing keep world transform. Man, this whole right click and add a door is becoming quite the long process. What? Why is movement? It's like it's not attaching at all. What happened? What happened? Well, this happened. Okay, interesting. That's not it. So if we go to our player controller, move structure. So the whole thing is not moving with... Okay, so UE4 component not moving with root. It maintains the same world transform. I want you to keep your relative. That might be why it's not moving. Just don't have the offset. I don't want you to have an offset. Kept running into that too. This makes up for yesterday where everything was working. See? See? It's the offset's wrong, and now it's still not moving. Frustrating. Snap to target including scale is what some people are... we tried that. And it's still not doing it. If I build... Okay, now it's totally broken. I'm going to try something actually. I'm wondering if if we need a if we need that, and then we need to make the scene component if we have to make this the root, or other way and then do that. And then yeah, I'm wondering if that spline can't be the root. Okay. So now we have an actual root, and we have a spline attached to the root. We check our spline wall. Okay. That's still happy. There we go. That was the issue. Okay. You need to actually have a root, and we didn't have a root. A spline component cannot go to a root. So, we need to have scene component as root so that everything moves properly. Woo! Hey, Bonta-kun. That took forever. That was like 3 hours of debugging to figure just that out. Oh my gosh. All right, so that works. We can move stuff now. Let's fix the thing where we crashed with moving a token on top of the wall. So right here, move token. So if we, right, this isn't going to work anymore. So get InstancedStaticMeshComponent. There is, yeah, we're not doing that anymore. Yeah, so what happened, sure, I didn't have a scene component. I didn't have this. All I had was a spline component, and I did spline component setup attachment, and I had remembered that there was a warning. Say you can't do a spline component as a root. I don't know why. Some components cannot be the root component. So because of that, when the spline moved, this attachment was not working. The root wasn't being set up. So this just blank scene component now is the root, and everything follows when the scene component moves. So yeah, don't, I guess have a scene component as your root. Don't, or it can be a static mesh or a capsule component, I guess. But yeah, now we know. Now it moves. Okay. So we no longer have an instance static mesh that we're using, so we're going to comment that out for the moment. This get instanced static mesh component is going to, we need to, how do we do that? And we need to, this is going to be a bit fancier. So move it over here. What we're going to do instead is get instance components, and we want to get the first one, right? So if then if auto instance equals, then return, actually we need to cast that. If cast to u instance static mesh component that, then return the instance. Else return null. Okay, so that should get the instance static mesh component, and we're going to let's rename that as get primary instance static mesh component. Okay. So now that, let's test that. We need to wrap that actually so that it's safe. So if this works, we'll wrap that to make sure it's not a null pointer. Okay, so let's build a wall. Can we get our token up onto it? Ooh, nope, there's the crash. Okay. We got on instance transform is where we crashed, so let's take a look at that. This. So what we're trying to do is with our spline structure get the primary instance static mesh component. So this is our auto instanced static mesh component. If we got it, we then take that instanced static mesh component, get we should be able to do this. So that makes it safe. And we'll put those in there as well. So let's put a break there and see what happens. Oh, stop. Now run. I said stop, run. If you're enjoying the stream and you're learning with me as I mess up and learn with you, please hit the follow button as I'm working my way towards that nice 50 followers, so I would appreciate it. So what I'm doing is using an instanced mesh, which is why it isn't, it's more performative. So it's using one static mesh and one material, and it's creating instances of it, rather than creating a new static mesh and spawning for each. So that's what it's doing right there. This is actually just copies of their instances. So it's using the same memory to build each one, rather than making new memory for each one. If I spawned a bunch of static meshes, like this was how I was initially doing it. These are all separate actors, and these those are all separate, taking up separate memory. No, it depends on how you make the randomness. That's how like foliage and trees and stuff work. I have only gone into this a little bit. I don't actually know. You can randomize aspects about this. Probably like the texture. If it was, I'm just using a reference texture here of the marble, but you could probably shift the U and the V with material, making a dynamic material instance. You could then put some random parameters in that changes the material on each instance. And then also the mesh itself can probably have some parameters too, so that it changes per instance a little bit. And that's how you get randomized trees, I think, with procedural generation. They're using the same memory of mesh and material. They're just passing in some different parameters that modify it a little. Okay, so let's test this. We put a breakpoint. Here's the break. What is step into? Step into is 11 and step over is 10. So we make a transform. Ah, okay. We're returning a null pointer here. So let's stop. This is the problem. You're very welcome, Bonto-kun. That's how you get grass too. You wouldn't want to have like every blade of grass is its own piece of memory. You're just tapping into the same thing and modifying it across a bunch of them. So that's how grass becomes performative. Okay, so get instance components returns the instance components array. We're getting the first element in it. If it's not a static mesh component, then what is it? We're making a new instance static mesh component, and we're adding it to the array. All right, I'm going to fix this. So we're going to go for auto instance in the get instance components if instance if auto cast instance is equal, if the cast works, then return the cast instance. If not, return null pointer. So it's going to find, it's got to find one at some point, because we're making them. Why do you do that? Stop. This stupid thing can't destroy the session. Oh, that's a good point. I'll change my profile picture. I didn't think about the black and white profile picture making you think I wasn't online. Thanks for pointing that out. That's an old profile pic, and I just don't have any other good ones, so I've been using it, but I will get a new one. Step into. This is a freelance project, or well, it's personal, but I am getting paid to work on it. I was given permission to pursue a passion project of mine. Looks like we found one. At 2. Okay, so let's close that and get rid of that and continue. Continue. All right. Look. All right, sweet. We can get up. We can stack again. All right, we're stacking. So that fixed that issue. And we should also wrap this actually again. If get instance components dot num is greater than 0, we do that. So that'll make it even safer. And then here, so we've wrapped that. Okay, let's now get let's try and get the door happening. So, let's do in controller. We want under structures, not network functions yet. We'll do it under here. So, no, currently I'm just streaming this this project, but once this gets far enough along, maybe we'll rotate with some other things, because I got some other I don't know, maybe like a Diablo or a Zelda-esque action combat game. I've wanted to do that with the let me find it. I was experimenting with a 2D and a 3D world art style, and I think I think this kind of Paper Mario South Park-esque animation could be fun for kind of a Diablo action RPG game. So I might revisit that once this gets further along. But this, I feel like this is a I'm making this for my Dungeons and Dragons group, honestly, because we needed a good virtual tabletop thing for our games, and we didn't find one that we liked that was easy to use without a huge learning curve. So that's where this came from. So we'll call this add door to structure, and we pass in the structure to modify, and again we have to do the index add door to structure at index. So rather than remove a section of the wall like right here, we're going to be changing the mesh at that instance if we're able to. If we're not authority, the structure to modify, get the primary static mesh component, ooh. Yeah, there was Octopath Traveler was definitely an influence also. So Paper Mario, and I thought about Octopath Traveler too. I don't think you can change the static mesh at... No, because that instance is matching the static mesh. Ooh, this one is actually, this is a tricky one. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we can do this. Okay, we have to remove that instance, and we're going to have to make a new instance static mesh component entirely with the transform of the original, but with the static mesh that we want to store. Woo! All right. Okay, so we needed to make this as its own function. Remove wall instance and create a new static mesh component, a new instanced static mesh component with the door mesh, and set the transform to the original wall. All right, so in our structure, we can get rid of that now. We're going to make a function in here. We've got add mesh to spline. This is going to be called void change mesh add swap. Yeah, swap mesh. No. This is change instance mesh. We'll call it that for now. Might change its name as we make this function. Okay. We're going to pass in the index change instanced mesh at index. Or how about create door at index? Why not? Oh, thank you, Buntakun. I appreciate it. Moving towards that 50. We're at 39 right now. Okay, so create door at index. What do we... I like the CPP after the header file there. So we remove first we have to remove the instance at the index. But how to... Let's see. So we get the primary instance static mesh component. Get transform. Yeah, I want the instance transform. We need to store that, so we need to make a transform auto saved transform at the index. What else do we need for this? Ah, it's an out parameter. Okay, and world space. Yeah, world space. Okay, so make this an F transform, declare it first, and then we do index transform. Whoops. Stop. Index saved transform. And true. We want the world. I think. Do we want it in world space? We'll do... No. We're going to do local space. And then... okay, so we've saved the transform. Now we need to get primary instance static mesh component again and remove an instance at the index. Now that wall is gone. We now need to add we have to do this all with stuff, right? So We got to do that. And this is going to be in our secondary structure data array position 0. Yep. And we're going to check it. So if and okay. So we make sure that that we have a door in our secondary structure data array already. And we'll give them names. If auto door and door mesh. It's a bool. Rider is amazing for Unreal Engine. It has a you can get into the public test currently. It's not fully released, I don't believe, so I think you can get it for free at the moment until it's fully released. But I'm not sure. Also, check it if you're a student. You can get JetBrains stuff with your student email for a little bit. I think you get a 1-year license with a student email address. Okay, so we're adding that instance component, and then we need to do this with the saved transform. Where'd you go? Come on. Ah, okay. Yeah, Rider for Unreal. When my free license expires, I'll definitely be buying it. The nice thing about Rider is that I have found the fuzzy searching for functions and variables and stuff very fast. It indexes the entire engine the first time you run it. So, and it also handles the adding of includes automatically. So yeah, the IntelliSense and Visual Studio was a massive slowdown for me. So that's why I went to Rider, and I've been very happy. So I'll be buying it when my license runs out. It's very efficient. And the debugger's pretty nice. Okay, so that's all done. Let's see if... So create door index implementation. I'm not sure if there's a perpetual or not. That'll stink if there isn't, if it's $100 a year. I mean, I guess you're paying for ongoing support of it rather than having to buy a whole new edition when they release them. Let's make in our structure context menu, we need to add a new button. We'll do it underneath the remove. This will be called the add. This will be the door button. Add remove door text. We'll have to figure out how to make this switch to a wall back, right? Because we want to be able to go back from a door to a wall. All right. If we do that, we get our player controller. Fails, we print on-clicked door button. We need to finish making this function add door to structure at index. What are we doing? We structure to modify, add that's not what I want. Create door at index, that's it. We pass the index. And then we need the server one. Server. What's going on? All right, stop. I know it's not implemented. I'm trying to implement it. I think their last update to Rider, though, broke some things. Ah, that's what happened. There we go. That. This is calling ABG gameplay, game mode base, add door structure and index, structure modify index. Okay. Whoops. Stop. Right here. Need to pass the structure to modify and the index. There we go. Now build. Okay, let's make sure our spline wall has, yep, it's got a door at the 0 right there. structure context menu. When we hit that button, we're going to call add door to structure index. And I think, yeah, we're passing that in when we click, so we have that as well as the structure reference. So that should do it. Let's see if it works. So we can build a structure. We can remove a section. Oh, so close. So close. Remember, we're copying the transform. So it took the original, these are halved in size, so we just need to, that's the problem. Okay, I know what to do. Let's actually just fix right now in Blender. I'm going to open the wall and whoop. And the whole thing needs to be scaled down by half. Whoa. The zoom is all messed up. All right, so Control A, apply all the transforms, and save, and then export as an FBX, as the brick wall, the selected object, export. Now if we go back to our, oh, we need to launch it again. Launch. I use GitHub with Git LFS, large file size. So if I go here and I re-import, all right, so that's re-imported. That should be the right size now. At 1. Now if I go to our wall, put that back to 1 for the token and the spline wall. Make that 1, 1, and 1. We test that with this. Now it should be the correct size and scale. So close. All right, so for some reason it is getting the one next to it, but obviously, so my modeling just sucks. Let's find out what's going on here. Interesting. I just delete the structure. Let's see what's going on. So if I have 1, it does it for 1. All right. If I've got 2, it does both of them. So is there a loop that's going on? Let me try and not do it locally. Let's just do it on the server. It might be that we're because it is replicated. Though I don't know why remove. We do it local and then we do it server and it's fine. So let's just see. There we go. Perfect. Haha. I just need to improve my modeling skills and get us some new walls and stuff. So theoretically, I guess the empty character, give it a, we don't have a, never mind. Stop. I put an empty character in here. I don't have any meshes for it, but how high do we have like a box is just 1 meter, right? So my scale is, if that's 1 meter, is my scale off? Average size of door frame. Meters. Two meters. Whoops. Okay. So this door just needs to be twice as tall. Cool. Let's fix that real fast. So if I go to that and I move it up by 1, that makes a 2 meter door. Okay. And then if I take that one and I move it up by 1, and then if I do the face, if I move that whole face on the x-axis by negative 0.2, 0.1. Just make it a little wider. What are you? Extra edges I don't need. And then you, and just move on the x-axis by 0.1. Nope. Negative point. There we go. Okay. And same thing if I choose the face here, and I want to move it on the x-axis this time, positive 0.1. No, I want you to go away. Spam. That didn't quite do what I wanted. X-axis by 0.1. Interesting. Very interesting. If I get rid of that face, I'll make a new face. You, get rid of that face. All right, and then select, and we're gonna get rid of that, and that. Those edges, okay. And then we're going to move that edge on the x-axis by 0.1. Perfect. Okay, and then we need to make a face from here to here, and a face from here to here. There we go. That looks like a better door portal to me. All right, so let's go ahead and select all and apply all the transforms. Save. Select the object and export FBX. Selected object, door. And we will go back here, re-import. Woohoo! Much nicer. Perfect. Go back to your original nothingness. Make sure that's in here still. Okay. I think the wall just needs to be taller, but the door now I think is proper real world. There we go. Yeah, a person could go through that. Cool. So we've got, so the remove section it doesn't work because the index is wrong because this is 0 now because this is its own static mesh, instant static mesh. So when we right click, we're storing index 0 on it, and then this is still targeting the whole thing, and it's removing index 0, see, off the end of that. So how do we fix that? Let's take a look here. So we're not doing this locally first. We're just jumping straight to a server call on that. Let's remove server. Just straight server call. Right here, when we make our and in our player controller, when here's where we are hitting it. This is our How do we know if we're right-clicking on a door or if we're right-clicking on the wall? So when we right-click, I feel like we need to store a package of data of what our mouse just hit. Right? Because we hit an actor, but we could get the component, because if we like get the display name and print it. No, don't shut down OBS. I'm using that. All right, if I right click, we might want to get a little start making some advanced. See, okay, so brick wall, and if I make that a door, you see that? Okay, so the component knows static mesh component brick wall door. What else? What about the object name? Because if we make a more advanced package of information that's being stored when we click on something, we're going to be able to have a much more robust. Okay, so that's a static mesh instance. Okay. So we should rename these with the knowledge that we're going to want to know what we're clicking on. So that's 0 and that's 1. So if I add the door there, yeah, okay, you see that? If I add a door here and I remove if I remove section, this became 0. This is 0. This is 0, and that became 0 because it shifts it. So okay. Let's go to our types. This is going to continue like any game. We're going to continue to build packages of data. So we have a structure info, tile info. Let's go down here. Use struct blueprint type struct fbg. cursor select cursor selected actor info. Or, I don't know, selected actor info. And in here, we're going to store a property, which is edit anywhere, blueprint rewrite. It's going to be the actor. So this is the hit actor. U primitive component, the hit component. Or why am I doing this? Why don't we just pass the hit result? Yeah. I'm making this more complicated. All right, so our game master HUD, rather than just storing, let's store the whole hit result. So what we're doing here is instead we're set hit result. Okay. And it's display name, so okay, so we do that. And then in here, the hit result break is what we're testing, the hit actor. And the index comes from hit item right there. So that can go away and that can go away. Let's make sure that still works. Hello, new viewers who have joined us. It's been an all right, that's working, and that's still working. Okay, so what we're gonna now do is be more explicit in our spline structure. In our naming. So yeah, the thing is that the object is just a spline structure, so it's all one thing, but they're separate instance static meshes. So what we need is to name these. I think with new object, can we name them? Let's try and name it. And then same thing here. Let's stop. Let's see if these names spit out when we hit them. And then we just need to parse and search if the thing that we hit, the component that we hit, is has the word door in it. Then we need to do one thing. If it has the word wall in it, we need to do another. So I want to print out the the hit component print or name. I want the display name, I think. Because they're the same type of component, so we can't differentiate a wall and a door based on that. Wall instance, you see that? Okay. Door instance. Okay, so that's the display name. What about the, did that change the object name? Is that what we want now? Wall instance, door instance. Boom. Okay, now that we've got that, we go over to our interface. When we receive this information, the structure context menu is here. So this button and our references, we're receiving a structure reference. So let's do another. We should receive the hit result, just the full hit result again. Just send that hit result in. And that's where we're going to, all right, so when we remove, we have to do some logic in here. So hit component, get object name, switch on string, we'll do a default, sure. What do we call them? Door instance, wall instance. Okay. First of all, on a door instance, this text, set text, is going to be remove door. Otherwise, if it's wall, add door. Default we'll do that for now. If we're a door, we need to modify some stuff here. What are we doing with that? Primary instanced static mesh component. Okay, so we need to rethink what we're doing here with a structure, with a spline structure. We want to be passing in actually how do we want to do this? Because what is that doing again? It's just grabbing the very first one out of it. So this is a terrible idea. We want to pass in this. I hate searching by string, but we should pass in the string as long as we're consistent. If we pass in the string of the component that we're looking for, this name, if we pass the f name in, we can find this, which instance static mesh, because we're going to have two instance static meshes. One is the wall and one is the door. And we need to figure out which one we're grabbing. So when we remove a structure at the instance, the instances are in an array already. And deciding which instance to get I think is going to be based on the name, because we name them. So we're going to modify the parameter list here for structure to modify, as well as an f name const instance name. Well, we could. I think we could make a whole new. The instances array actually comes with the engine. I think searching by instance name is what we need to do here. So let's add that to our parameter list. Get the instance components. It might be name. What is this returning? Pass to we also want to pass the name const here as well. It is an F name that it stores, right? Oh, it's just a string. These got all out of order because something went wrong yesterday with adding them back here for some reason. There it is. And here we want to do the same thing that we just did. Oh, duh. Okay. Let's test that. So when we, in our structure context menu, yes, I know it's broken. Refresh. We want the hit result I don't want those anymore. We want to send the actor. Ah. Right. Okay. Let's just go back to our here. Okay, we're handling that here, so yeah, we still have it, so we're gonna still do that for the moment. Though the index can just come from there as it should. And the name needs to come from here, get name, and it's the, was it the object name or the display name? I can't remember. Let's watch it crash and burn. Yep. Okay. So it was the display name, probably. Hmm. We're getting a null. Why are we getting a null? The name's still wrong that's coming in. Wrap it first of all. Skip the null. Stop. Go away. Okay, so not display name or object name, right? Whatever we did, it's the other one that we want. Sweet. Okay, our add door is broken, but we've our remove is functioning at the moment. Okay. So that's more robust. So let's fix this one right here, the door button. Add door to structure at index. If we go to that and check that. Right, okay. Let's make this get wall instanced static. Get wall instance static mesh. And what we're doing in here is if instance get name also if test the cast too. Hearing cats get into something. We need to make the, rather than putting these strings hard-coded in, we need to make a variable that gives them their name ahead of time so that we can set it dynamically. Okay. Sweet. Oh. Okay. I wonder. Interesting. Removing is doing... Okay, so removing did something. I wonder if it's not clearing. Or, well... Why? Let's see. Hmm. Let me try something. Context menu. When we hit this remove button, remove the structure at the index, and clear our hit result. That's funny. Okay, so we can only have one door at a time. And when we remove, we can keep removing, but we can't add doors anymore. Hold on. Nor are we allowed to delete the structure. So what's going on? Let's add a breakpoint. Okay. Holy crap, come on. Why? Sheesh. It didn't even get here. Okay, stop. It's doing that thing again, where it's acting like it can't find a function. Give it a clean build, and just, or not a clean and build, but just a build. I'm gonna get more water while it does that. Okay. Let's open it back up. Well, we know that remove door now. That's funny. That's just weird. Why is it doing, when I say step over, I didn't want to go into all this. What is it? I want these things. So it never even gets there. Is that a null? Is it getting a null? No, it's not a null. Very confused. Did the server die? I wonder if the server died. Because it can't call the server. That's what's going on. It killed the server. Okay. So check it out. Do it once. Remove a section. Look at that. What's all this null from? What's going on here? Where are we getting all these null calls? All right, stop. Let's find the log. Where are we getting all those nulls? Okay. I'm pretty sure I've got ifs on things. What if we clean? No. Wait. just the remove, right? Where's our remove? Right here. I think it's running through. Let's do an if. Oh wait, we're doing this for loop and return. Ha ha! That's what's going on. All right. Also, let's do an if auto cast instance. Is that what I called it? Is that what I'm doing? I'm gonna name these the same thing. So we need to do it here also. Okay. So if auto cast instance equals this. So if it works, we do the cast instance that, and we return. So that will protect us and break this for loop, because we're going through all those nulls, right? And we were trying to pass nulls. We need to do the same thing here. So, and then if auto cast instance is equal to this. And honestly, actually, you know what? Okay, we'll finish what we started right here, but and then return. I'm also going to just, hell, this should be here, inside here, right? Or wait, no, we were right. Should be here. Let's just comment that out for the moment. And start. Because I don't think we need to do it locally. I think we just tell the server to do it. All right, and we should see the server not die. Okay, it didn't do it, but it's calling it, and the server died. Okay, stop. What is going on? It looked like it was a bunch of null again. Yeah, it's still going through nulls. That is annoying. We're checking a structure to modify. If instance. Do one more step too. Okay. If it's greater than 0. If the instance, we go through each instance. If it is not a null pointer for our instance components, okay. That should hopefully protect us from nulls. Yeah, it's doing a bunch of null objects again. Though it didn't crash this time, so it's interesting. It's a lot of nulls. Why so many nulls? Where are you getting all those nulls from? I'm gonna watch it from over here. Oh, it's happening. It's going null like crazy every time I'm building it. I'm modifying it. That's a whole lot of nulls. Okay, I'm going to put it back. I have a feeling you go away. Funny that that's never getting called. That's on the game mode player controller though, where there you are. You do it locally because it looks like it's not working locally. That goes away. To a patch. Oops. There we go. Much better. Okay, now we just need to fix the only one door at a time issue. Let's go ahead and stop that. I'm going to commit where we're at the moment and then take a short break before we move forward and tackle the multiple doors issue. So, structure splines now support multiple instanced meshes and material instances for more complex structures, and doors can be dynamically added to be refined and improved. Okay. Cool. I'm going to take a short break, and we'll be back to work on the multiple door issue, as well as switching from the door back to a wall. So I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, let's get this multiple doors thing fixed. What are we doing when we're adding a door? I think I know what's wrong. We are I think it's this issue. So, one sec. What do we do when we clean? Destroy component. All right. We're calling that when we move it on add mesh to spline. When we we want to, let's see. This is, we need to check if we already have a door instance. If or auto instance components is equal to get instance components if instance components, that is that's not what I want. That, there we go. For every instance component in get instance components, if, first we check it, make sure it's valid, if instance component, and then if instance component. We could probably do a, if it's that and instance component, get name dot equals door instance. So if we already have one, we do we can do this up here. And And then we do that. Oh, we have to probably cast it, don't we? And then if auto cast equal to cast to a u instance static mesh component, the instance component there we go. It just doesn't like that. Cast instance. Cast instance, add the transform. So don't make a whole new one. Otherwise, so, and then return. If we get through all our instance components and we don't find a door instance component already, then we'll do this whole rigmarole of creating a new instanced static mesh component. We could probably make this into its own function, to be perfectly honest, since we do it here, there, and so we do it once here for our wall instance, we do it here for our door instance. So we could probably shrink this into its own function with a string input. So maybe we'll do that during. We'll do a cleanup day. I think we'll do a refactor day at some point, because there's some other things that with the structure that I'm thinking about ahead of time already. Of if we want to be able to add a window, are we going to continue to add another function of add window, add door, add this, rather than maybe have a context menu that pops up when we right click a wall and then we can send the thing that we want. So maybe we just need to have an add something, a more templated function rather than all these really specific functions that we're making. So I think on a refactor day, we might look at that. There we go. So now we can add 2 doors. Very cool. And if we move the whole thing, they should stay. They do. Cool. We still have the issue of visibility for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why that happens. Maybe we'll expand our move thing to put a gizmo, and that's maybe the gizmo is what we'll grab. So obviously when we rebuild, it clears all the instances. So I don't think we can fix that, to be honest, the way that this is working, because it just rebuilds the whole thing. And if we're still, okay. Everything is working. Whoops, I hit save while it was running. Let's do the remove door. So create door at index. This is where I'm wondering if we need to template this up. So we're setting a static mesh to this instance, right? Let's make a function. This needs to become a function, I think. So what are we going to call that? Create instance static mesh. Make it a protected. And what we need is this information, essentially, or rather this. And then we need we're going to have to add also. Okay. So we're going to need to pass in, this needs to know this. So we're going to need to pass in an f string of the instance name. We will need to pass in a static mesh. So static, a u static mesh, and a material instance, so a u material instance pointer, material instance, and we'll need an f transform. Okay, so those are coming in. This is now our instance name. I think we have to dereference it. Yep. This is just the static mesh that is coming in, and this is just the material instance that's coming in, and this is the transform that's coming in. Okay. So there, we've got that in there. Now, here, we can call create instance static mesh, and we're sending in, this is create door, so we're sending in door instance, and we're sending in this for now, and this, and that. So we just got rid of all of that. And let's see how we can do it down here. All of that can be maybe this needs to return the instance, I'm thinking. Here. Okay, so this is going to return our instance static mesh component. And we won't pass in the transform, and we won't do that there. So that this just makes it, and then we handle the adding of the instances as needed. So and then instance component add instance save transform. So there's that, and then okay, so here we're doing auto instanced component is equal to add instance new instanced. Is it create? There we go. Passing in wall instance here. Again, we'll get those off the hard code eventually. The structure info.static mesh and structure info.material instance. And that's it. And then we do down here is the instanced component. Okay. Let's test that and make sure that that function separation, that pulling that out still works. Looks like it to me. We are still operational, and if we add a door and add a door, we're good. Okay. So that function cleaned that up quite a bit. And now we're going to expose some variables. So that we don't have to hard code stuff anymore. So let's end Unreal Engine while we do this. This is edit anywhere, blueprint, read write, category equals BG spline structure config. This is an F string, and this is the wall instance name. Or actually, let's call it the primary structure name. And then here we need another F string. Let's see. We could make this an array. Yeah. Call this, make this an array. Structure instance names. Maybe. Let's think about it. If we are making the door, or creating modify, this will become a modify mesh at index. How do we remove out this? We could pass the static mesh in. So then maybe the structure, maybe this, yeah, the structure doesn't hold the information about its secondary additions. The structure only knows its wall. Let's do that. So this is going to be just an f string of the primary structure. We don't even need it anymore because it's just going to be wall instance. When we create, this is going to be modify mesh, modify instance mesh at index. This is going to receive the index, but it's also going to receive a u static mesh, and a u material instance. It's going to check the static mesh. It's going to check the material instance. And it will pass both of those into it. And it's going to make, we need to pass in a string as well. Instance name. And that instance name will be this and this. Okay. Now this is being called from here. So this is no longer add door to structure at index. This is now going to be modify mesh, modify instance mesh at index. Right? That's what we called it. Modify instance mesh at index. Modify instance mesh at index. And it also needs to have pretty much all of these after that. And it was going to pass the index, the instance name, the static mesh, and the material instance. This is called from over here. This now needs to become modify instance mesh at index. And this also is going to need to send all of those things. Identical. And then the server call also is going to become modify instance mesh at index server. And that we are passing the instance name, the static mesh, and the material instance. If I can find it, here it is. Index, the instance name, the static mesh, and the material instance. Okay. Now we're doing all of that. And if we go back to, if we launch the editor, we will handle passing all of that information now from the context menu itself, which we will then, which will populate maybe with a data table as this grows, so that Sims style, you just have a nice bank full of meshes and materials that it creates. So if we go to our structure context menu, autofocus, focus. Come on, Logitech. Where's my hand? There we go. Okay. What we're doing here is we are modify mesh instance at modify instance mesh at index. The structure to modify and the index. The instance name we're going to create. Let's see, what do we select string. This is, hold on. This is a temporary variable. Okay. Let's see when that comes in. I don't know. Let's find out what happens. That should do it, in my opinion. Okay, the remove door. Because why? Oh. Wait. So remove door should be false. Wall instance should go in. Brick wall should go in. We're not murdering the server for any reason. Ah, right here. We're getting the wall instance static mesh. Okay, stop. We're almost there. We need to not do this. We need to... return a u instance static mesh component get instanced static mesh component. Get instance static mesh component by string f string const name. And actually it can be const. So for auto instance in get instance components if instance and instance get name dot equals instance name, and if auto cast instance equals cast to a u instance static mesh component, the instance, return cast instance, return null pointer. That can be const. Okay, so obviously we're not going to use that anymore. Up here, we want to auto instanced. Let's see. Auto instance component is equal to get instance mesh component from string. Pass in the this is to remove right, we are removing. Okay, so we're removing the door. So the door name is the instance name coming in. If instance component okay. And now Wait, okay. So we're modifying the instance mesh at an index. It's a wall. If we're right-clicking on a wall, that's not going to work. Hold on. We need just a separate function called reset instance mesh at index. Right? So we're going to say wall component is equal to wall instance. Should we? Oh man. Okay, no. You know what? What we're gonna do is this our modify instance mesh component. This is the old instance name. And we're gonna add in an F string const reference of new instance name. And you know what? Old instance name by default is wall instance. Boom. So this will be the old instance name. We'll change that old instance name. And this is the old instance. And this is, we're going, let's see. New instance name is what we're looking for now. And this is going to be the new instance. Okay. That's better. So let's open up the editor. Hey, I hit 40 followers today. Awesome. Thank you for whoever followed. Missing yep, we're missing arguments because I modified this. Let's do that. It's by default is wall instance. How do you skip like? How do you skip a parameter? Skip default parameter. I don't know. I think that's one of the problems with the defaults, is if they're right next to each other. Wait, maybe it's... Hmm. C++ seems to suggest that the default must be at the end of the function call, but that doesn't seem to be the thing here. Maybe that's an older C++ thing. However, we're just passing it along here anyway. Okay, that and that. Same thing here. Okay, just passing it along. And old instance, that needs to be... Okay. See if that works. Yep, okay. In C++, the default has to be last. Okay. or all trailing also have to be. All the trailing have to also be defaults. If you're going to put a default in, it has to be either the last or all of them have to be have to do that. Just clean that up. Okay. Now we need to go in and whoops. Oh, okay. Hooray! It worked. Launch the editor. Now if we go to our gameplay and our structure context menu, we look here, refresh this. All right. This is what we're adding. And the old instance name is the opposite. For now, that's nasty. I don't like it, but just for testing. Sweet, we added a door. And we removed a door. And we added a door. And we removed a door. Oh, look at that. Ugh. Satisfying. Okay. This is messy. Change this and make it better. But, oh, what a day. We now have a much more template-y setup with our modify instance mesh at index, where we now are not even using this get wall instance static mesh. This I don't even think we need anymore. Are we even using that anywhere? Let me see if I get that, if I get rid of that, comment that out. And hell, I think we're not even using. Wait, we're not even using a secondary structure data array anymore. We can get rid of that. Yeah, we're just using the primary structure. If I build that, let's see if anything breaks, but I think we've cleaned up our spline structure today. It feels a lot better. Whoop. We are using it, aren't we? We're using it over here for putting tokens on top of things. Yeah, right here. So what we want actually, stop the build. This needs to be get, or we're going to move that up to into our getters. So it's public. By string, what we want is the last target. No, we want our last hit result. Dot get component dot get name. There. Or yeah, okay. And if we build that now, cool. I think that's a success. This is cleaner. Let's test it one last time before we end today. Tokens should be able to be moved up on top of doors now, actually, is what that change right there did. We may have fixed something that was going to be broken. We did a preemptive patch. So build our wall. We add a door. We drop in cube. It can go up on the wall still, and it can go up on the cube on the door almost. It looks like our bounds are slightly off, so we'll return to that. But I think as a final shot of what we've got today, we can now add a door. And ooh, yeah, oh, I'm in move mode. It's like, why is that happening? If we go to build, it even does it diagonally, which is kind of cool, because it just grabs the original transform. So that's powerful. Though every time we add a corner, so the whole thing, we might want to think about how we're handling these builds and how we can clean them up. We need to fix this, right? It shouldn't have two overlapping things, so that's something we can fix. Yeah, the height is just wrong. Okay. Well, I think I'm going to end it there. That's a great place to stop. That's a lot of work done in the code today for adding and removing doors in our wall. Thank you, everybody, for joining me for another episode of Deep End Dev. I'm Matthew, and until tomorrow, I'll see you around.